Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the days before the great adventures that would echo through the ages of Middle-earth, when the Shire was even quieter than it is now, and hobbits lived their lives in blissful ignorance of the wider world, there existed a small village on the eastern edge of the Eastfarthing called Green Hollow. It was a place so unremarkable that even other hobbits sometimes forgot it existed, tucked as it was in a gentle fold of hills where the morning mist lingered longest and the evening sun painted everything in shades of amber and gold. In Green Hollow, there lived a particular hobbit family known as the Bracegirdles, though they were a distant branch of that respectable name, so distant that the proper Bracegirdles of Hardbottle barely acknowledged their existence. This suited the Green Hollow Bracegirdles just fine, for they were content with their lot, tending their gardens, smoking their pipes, and bothering no one. The head of this household was one Mungo Bracegirdle, a widower of some 60 years who had raised his daughter Primrose entirely on his own after his dear wife had passed into the west when the girl was but a babe. Primrose Bracegirdle was neither the prettiest nor the plainest of hobbit lasses. She had her mother's kind eyes, the colour of chestnuts fresh from their shells, and her father's practical nature. Her hands were always busy with some task or another, whether kneading bread, mending clothes, or tending the roses that grew wild around their round green door. She was known throughout Green Hollow for her gentle disposition and her extraordinary gift with growing things. It was said, though only in whispers over evening tea, that Primrose could make anything bloom, even in the depths of winter, though of course such talk was surely exaggeration, as sensible hobbits knew. What was not exaggeration was the curious nature of their garden. While other hobbit holes boasted neat rows of turnips and potatoes, cabbages and carrots, the Bracegirdle garden seemed to follow no particular plan at all. Flowers grew among the vegetables, herbs wound themselves around fruit trees, and mushrooms of the most peculiar varieties sprouted in the shadowy corners where Mungo's well-ordered mind insisted they should not be. Yet, everything thrived with an abundance that made their neighbours shake their heads in wonder, and perhaps just a touch of envy. Mungo himself was a creature of habit, as most sensible hobbits are. He rose each morning at the same hour, took his breakfast at the same time, smoked his pipe on the bench by the door at precisely 4 in the afternoon, and went to bed when the grandfather clock in the hall chimed 9. He had lived this way for 40 years, and he saw no reason to change now. The only unpredictability in his life was Primrose, who had inherited her mother's wandering spirit along with her eyes. It was this wandering spirit that concerned Mungo most. Primrose had a habit of disappearing into the surrounding woods and hills, sometimes for hours at a time, returning with her apron full of strange flowers or her pockets stuffed with peculiar stones. When he asked where she had been, she would only smile that mysterious smile of hers and say she had been walking or thinking or visiting the old oak tree that grew on the hill where 3 streams met. The old oak was itself a source of some disquiet among the hobbits of Green Hollow. It stood alone on a hilltop just beyond the eastern edge of the village, gnarled and ancient, its roots diving deep into the earth like the fingers of some sleeping giant. No one knew how old it was, though the oldest hobbits claimed their great-grandfathers had known it as ancient even in their youth. Birds nested in its branches, but they were strange birds that sang songs no hobbit could quite remember afterward. Melodies that seemed to slip from memory like water through cupped hands. Mungo had forbidden Primrose from visiting the oak when she was a child, but as she grew, his prohibitions lost their power. She was nearly 30 now, well past her coming of age, and while she respected her father dearly, She would not be kept from the oak. She felt drawn to it in a way she could not explain, as though the tree called to her in a language older than words, a language that spoke directly to that part of her that loved all growing things. On the morning this tale truly begins, Primrose woke before dawn, which was unusual for her. The sky outside her round window was still dark, studded with fading stars, and the air held that peculiar stillness that comes just before the world wakes. She lay in her bed for a moment, trying to understand what had roused her. And then she heard it, a voice, soft as wind through leaves, sweet as the first birdsong of spring, calling her name. Not her full name, but something older, something that felt right in a way her given name never quite had. She rose quietly, so as not to wake her father, and dressed in her oldest walking clothes. She took a shawl against the morning chill and slipped out through the round green door, closing it with barely a whisper of sound. The village was silent around her, every hobbit hole dark and peaceful, smoke rising lazily from a few early chimneys where the most industrious folk were already stoking their breakfast fires. Primrose walked through the sleeping village, her bare feet silent on the dewy grass. The eastern sky was just beginning to lighten, painting the horizon in shades of pearl and rose. She knew where she was going, though she could not have said why. The old oak was calling her, and this time the call was different. This time it was urgent. The path to the oak led through a small wood where morning mist gathered thick as wool, winding between silver birches whose white bark gleamed ghostly in the pre-dawn light. Primrose had walked this path 1,000 times, but today it felt different. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming archways overhead, and the mist parted before her like a curtain being drawn back. Small flowers that she had never noticed before bloomed along the path's edge, their petals closed against the darkness, but beginning to stir as dawn approached. As she climbed the gentle slope toward the hilltop where the oak stood, the sky grew brighter. The stars faded one by one, and the eastern horizon blazed with the promise of sunrise. Primrose reached the crest of the hill just as the first rays of sun broke free of the distant misty mountains, and she stopped, her breath catching in her throat. The old oak was not alone. Beneath its spreading branches stood a figure, neither tall nor short, neither young nor old, wrapped in a cloak that seemed woven from mist and moonlight. As Primrose stood frozen, uncertain whether to flee or approach, the figure turned toward her, and she saw a face of such otherworldly beauty that she knew at once this was no hobbit, no dwarf, and certainly no man. This was one of the Eldar, the fair folk, though what an elf was doing in the Shire, she could not begin to guess. The elf smiled, and the expression was both warm and sad, as though all the joy and sorrow of the world had been distilled into that single gesture. When the elf spoke, the voice was the same one that had called Primrose from her sleep, and it spoke not in Westron, but in a tongue she should not have understood, yet somehow did. "Welcome, child of the earth," the elf said, and though the words were in that strange, melodious language, Primrose understood their meaning as clearly as if they had been spoken in plain Shire dialect. "I am Lindoriel, and I have waited long for one who could hear my call. The oak and I are old friends, you see, and it has told me of you, of the one who tends the growing things with love and speaks to them in the silent language of root and leaf." Primrose found her voice at last, though it came out smaller than she intended. "I am Primrose Bracegirdle," she said, and then, feeling that this was somehow inadequate, added, "of Greenhollow, in the east farthing of the Shire, though I suppose you know that already, if you have been waiting for me." She paused, then asked the question that burned in her mind. "Why have you been waiting? What do you want of me?" Lindoriel's expression grew more sorrowful, and she gestured for Primrose to come closer. The hobbit found herself walking forward without fear, though every sensible part of her mind told her she should be cautious. There was something about the elf that inspired trust. Or perhaps it was simply that the morning was so beautiful, the birdsong so sweet, that fear seemed out of place here. When Primrose stood before her, Lindoriel reached out and took her hands. The elf's fingers were cool and smooth, like river stones that had been warmed by the sun and then allowed to cool in shadow. "I need your help," the elf said simply. "There is a task that only one with your gift can accomplish, and time grows short. Will you hear my tale?" Primrose nodded, and so Lindoriel began to speak, and as she spoke, the world around them seemed to fade away. The oak tree's leaves rustled with ancient memory, and Primrose saw, not with her eyes but with some deeper vision, the story that Lindoriel wove with her words. Long ago, before even the hobbits had come to the Shire, this land was different. It was wilder, more dangerous, but also more alive with magic. The elves who dwelt here, few though they were, had planted gardens of such beauty that even the stars would pause in their courses to gaze upon them. These were not ordinary gardens, but places where the boundaries between the waking world and the realm of dreams grew thin, where flowers bloomed that could sing away sorrow, where trees grew whose fruit could heal any wound, and where herbs flourished that could grant visions of things that were, things that are, and some things that had not yet come to pass. But war came to Middle-earth, as it always does, and the elves departed, sailing away to the undying lands across the western sea. Before they left, they tried to preserve their gardens, to keep them safe until a time when they might return, or until others worthy of tending them could be found. They wove spells of protection and concealment, hiding the gardens away in places between places, in the folds of the world where mortal eyes could not easily see. One such garden, Lindoriel said, her voice dropping to barely more than a whisper, lies beneath this very hill. It has slept for centuries, waiting, and I was set as its guardian, to watch over it through the long years until one could be found who might wake it again. For the garden is dying, you see. Without a tender who loves growing things, without someone to speak to it in the language it remembers, it will fade entirely, and all the beauty and healing it holds will be lost forever. Primrose felt something stir in her chest, a longing she had never been able to name. All her life she had felt that there was something missing, something just out of reach, like a melody she could almost remember, but never quite recall. Now, hearing of this hidden garden, she understood. This was what she had been searching for without knowing it. But why me, she asked. Surely there are others more skilled, more wise, more suited to such a task. I am only a hobbit, and not even a particularly remarkable one. Lindoriel shook her head, and her smile returned, tinged with something like hope. You are exactly who is needed. The garden does not require grand wizardry or ancient lore. It requires love, patience, and the ability to listen to what the growing things need. These gifts you have in abundance. I have watched you, child of the earth, seen how you tend your own garden, how you speak to the roses and they bloom for you, how the herbs grow strong beneath your care. The old magic recognizes you as its own. The sun had fully risen now, painting the hilltop in golden light. Primrose thought of her father, still sleeping in their hobbit hole, who would wake soon and wonder where she had gone. She thought of her comfortable life, her quiet days of gardening and baking and mending. She thought of all the reasons she should say no, should thank the elf kindly and return to her normal existence. But she also thought of the longing in her heart, the feeling that there was more to the world than what she could see with her ordinary eyes. She thought of the voice that had called her through her dreams, the pull she had always felt toward growing things, the way she had always known, somehow, that she was meant for something beyond the confines of Greenhollow. I will help you, Primrose said, and as the words left her lips, she felt a rightness settle over her like a warm blanket. Tell me what I must do. Lindoriel's face brightened with joy, though the sadness never quite left her eyes. The entrance to the garden lies beneath this oak's roots, she said, but it has been sealed for so long that I cannot open it alone. Together, though, we might succeed. You must place your hands upon the trunk and speak to the tree. Ask it to remember what it guards, to open the way once more. The oak knows you, has watched you grow as it has watched so many generations of hobbits. It will listen to you. Primrose approached the massive trunk of the old oak. Up close she could see every crevice in its bark, every knot and whorl that spoke of centuries of growth. She placed her palms flat against the rough surface, and immediately she felt it. A pulse, slow and deep, like a heartbeat that measured time in seasons rather than seconds. The tree was alive in a way she had never quite understood before, aware and watching and remembering. She closed her eyes and did what came naturally to her. She spoke to the tree, not with words but with that silent language she used with all growing things, the language of care and understanding. She told the oak that she honoured its long watch, that she respected the burden it had carried. She asked with humility if it might show her what lay beneath, if it might trust her with the secret it had kept so long. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Primrose felt the tree respond. It was not words exactly, but a communication nonetheless, a sense of recognition and welcome. The ground beneath her feet trembled ever so slightly, and she heard a sound like stone grinding against stone, deep and old and patient. Between two of the oak's great roots, where before there had been only solid earth, a gap appeared. It widened slowly, revealing stone steps that descended into darkness, worn smooth by centuries of absence. A breath of air rose from below, carrying with it the scent of earth and old magic, of things that had been sleeping and were now beginning to stir. Primrose stepped back, her heart racing with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, and looked to Lindoriel for guidance. The elf moved to the entrance, peering down into the darkness, with an expression of profound relief mixed with sorrow. After so long, she murmured, then turned to Primrose. The way is open, but I must warn you, what you will see below may grieve your heart. The garden has suffered in its long sleep. Much of what once bloomed there has withered, and the magic that sustained it has grown weak. This is why I need you, child of the earth. What I can no longer maintain, you might restore. Primrose squared her shoulders, calling upon the practical nature she had inherited from her father. Then let us not waste time standing here talking about it, she said with more confidence than she felt. Show me this garden, and I will see what can be done. Though I should warn you, I have never tended anything more exotic than old farmer Sandyman's prize-winning tomatoes, and those only the once when he was laid up with a cold. Lindoriel laughed, a sound like water over stones, clear and bright. It is not exotic gardens that are needed, but a true heart and willing hands. Come, I will light our way. The elf produced from somewhere in her misty cloak a small crystal that began to glow with a soft silver light, not harsh like lantern flame, but gentle as moonlight on water. Together they descended the stone steps. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough for Primrose's hobbit frame, though Lindoriel seemed to have no trouble despite being taller. The walls on either side were not rough-hewn, but carved with intricate patterns that Primrose's fingers traced as she walked. Leaves and vines, flowers and fruits, all intertwined in designs that seemed to move in the crystal's shifting light. Down and down they went, deeper than Primrose would have thought possible. Surely they must be far beneath the hill by now, perhaps even beneath the level of the 3 streams that met in the valley below. The air grew cooler and damper, and Primrose could hear the distant sound of water dripping somewhere in the darkness. Just when she was beginning to wonder if the stairs would ever end, they opened into a vast chamber. Lindoriel raised her crystal high, and its light expanded, growing brighter and reaching farther, until the entire space was illuminated in soft silver radiance. Primrose gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, and she understood at once why Lindoriel had warned her heart might grieve. The garden was indeed dying. It stretched before her, vast beyond belief, contained somehow within this underground chamber that should not have been able to exist beneath a simple shire hillside. The ceiling arched high overhead, and though it was solid stone, it had been carved and enchanted to show the sky, complete with slowly drifting clouds and the pale suggestion of sun. But the sky was wrong, faded and dim, as though seen through thick glass that had grown cloudy with age. Below this strange, false sky lay the remnants of what must once have been extraordinary beauty. Primrose could see the ghost of garden beds laid out in patterns that made her head spin when she tried to follow them, paths of white stone that wound between areas that should have held flowers, but now showed only withered stems and brown leaves. Trees stood like silent sentinels throughout the space, but their branches were bare and their bark had a grey, lifeless quality. A fountain at the garden's centre had long since run dry, its basin cracked and full of dead leaves. Yet despite the decay, despite the overwhelming sense of loss that hung in the air like morning mist, Primrose could feel something beneath it all. A spark, faint but persistent, like embers buried deep in ash. The garden was dying, yes, but it was not yet dead. There was still life here, waiting, hoping, clinging to existence with a desperate tenacity that reminded Primrose of the wild flowers that grew in the cracks of old stone walls, refusing to surrender even when all seemed against them. She walked forward slowly, her bare feet silent on the white stone paths. As she moved deeper into the garden, she began to notice details that gave her hope. Here, a single green shoot pushing up through the cracked earth. There, a vine that still held a few leaves of deepest emerald. In the shadow of one dead tree, a cluster of mushrooms, glowing with a faint phosphorescent light. Lindoriel followed behind her, watching silently as Primrose explored. The hobbit knelt beside one of the garden beds, digging her fingers into the soil. It was dry and crumbly, depleted of the richness that should sustain growing things, but underneath, deeper down, she could feel moisture and the potential for life. The earth here remembered what it had been, what it was meant to be. "Can it be saved?" Lindoriel asked softly, and Primrose heard in her voice a vulnerability that the elf had not shown before. "Tell me truly, child of the earth, is it too late?" Primrose stood, brushing the dirt from her hands, and looked around the vast underground garden with the practiced eye of one who had spent her entire life coaxing life from soil. "It will not be easy," she said slowly. "The work will be long and difficult. This place needs more than simple gardening. It needs to remember what it was, to be reminded of its purpose. But no," she added, meeting Lindoriel's anxious gaze, "it is not too late. There is still life here, still magic sleeping in the earth. It can be woken. It can be healed." The relief on Lindoriel's face was so profound that Primrose felt her own eyes begin to sting with unexpected tears. "But tell me," she continued, trying to be practical, "how am I to do this? I cannot live beneath the ground like some dwarf, and my father will worry if I do not return home. He is old and needs my care." Lindoriel smiled and shook her head. "Time moves differently here than in the world above. What seems like hours in this place may be but moments in your green hollow. You may come and go as you please, though I warn you, the work will be consuming. Once you truly begin, you may find it difficult to tear yourself away." Primrose nodded, understanding. She had felt that way about her own garden often enough, losing track of time as she worked, the hours slipping past like water while she was absorbed in the rhythm of weeding and pruning and tending. This would be the same, only more so. "Where should I begin?" she asked, and realized as she said it that she had fully committed herself now. There was no turning back, and truthfully, she did not want to. This garden, broken and dying as it was, called to something deep in her soul. Lindoriel gestured to the dried fountain at the garden's heart. "The water," she said. "All life begins with water, and this garden was built around the spring that feeds that fountain. The spring still flows beneath the stone, I can feel it, but the channels that brought it to the surface have been blocked by centuries of neglect. If you can open them again, if you can restore the water's flow, the garden will begin to remember itself." Primrose approached the fountain, studying it carefully. It was beautiful even in its ruin, carved from a single piece of pale stone that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The basin was wide and shallow, and in its centre rose a column carved to resemble a tree, with branches spreading out to form multiple levels from which water would have cascaded. She could imagine how lovely it must have been, the sound of falling water filling this underground space, feeding the garden through channels cut into the white stone paths. She climbed into the dry basin, careful of the cracks, and examined the column closely. Near its base, she found what she was looking for, a circular opening, barely as wide as her fist, that should have allowed water to rise up from the spring below. It was completely clogged with debris, dirt and stone and the accumulated sediment of ages. Primrose rolled up her sleeves and began to work. She had no tools with her, nothing but her own 2 hands, but that had never stopped her before. She dug her fingers into the clogged opening, pulling out handfuls of packed earth and small stones, piling them carefully at the edge of the basin. The work was slow and methodious, and her fingers soon grew sore, but she did not stop. There was something meditative about it, the simple, repetitive motion, the gradual progress toward a clear goal. Lindoriel watched for a time, then quietly withdrew, leaving Primrose to her work. The Hobbit barely noticed her departure, so absorbed had she become in her task. As she dug deeper into the blocked channel, the soil became damper, and she felt a surge of hope. Water was indeed there, waiting to flow again, held back by nothing more than time and neglect. Hours passed, or perhaps only minutes, time having lost its usual meaning in this underground place. Primrose's arms ached, and her back protested from her awkward position, but still she worked. She could feel the water now, a dampness that increased with every handful of debris she removed, a coolness that spoke of deep springs and ancient sources. She was close, so close. And then, with a final pull that sent a shower of dirt cascading down, she broke through. Water welled up from the opening, at first just a trickle, then a steady flow, cold and clear and pure. It filled the channel inside the column, rising up, and then it began to spill over, cascading down the carved branches of the stone tree, filling the basin with the sound that had been absent for so long, the music of flowing water. Primrose scrambled out of the basin, laughing with delight as the water splashed around her ankles. She stood back and watched as the fountain filled, water flowing over its rim and into the channels cut into the white stone paths, spreading out through the garden like veins carrying life through a body. The water ran clear and bright, catching the silver light of Lindoriel's crystal and throwing dancing reflections on the stone ceiling above. The effect was immediate and miraculous. As the water flowed through the ancient channels, reaching parts of the garden that had been dry for centuries, Primrose saw the earth begin to respond. The withered stems in the nearest garden bed straightened slightly, as though lifting their heads to drink. The grey bark of the closest tree seemed to take on a faint hint of colour, the barest suggestion of brown returning to the dead grey. Lindoriel returned, drawn by the sound of running water, and when she saw the fountain flowing again, tears spilled down her fair cheeks. She said nothing, but the gratitude in her eyes spoke volumes. Together, the elf and the hobbit stood and watched as the garden began, ever so slowly, to wake. But the restoration of the water was only the beginning, as Primrose well knew. The garden would need much more before it could truly live again. The soil would need to be enriched, the dead growth cleared away, seeds planted, and most importantly, time. Gardens could not be rushed, a lesson that every good gardener learned early and never forgot. As if reading her thoughts, Lindoriel spoke softly. The water will help, but you are right to think it is not enough. The garden needs more than water alone. It needs the touch of hands that understand growing things, the presence of one who cares for it not out of duty, but out of love. Will you return, Primrose Bracegirdle? Will you tend this garden as you tend your own? Primrose looked around at the vast underground space, at the water now flowing where there had been only dust, at the first faint stirrings of life returning to what had seemed dead beyond recall. She thought of the work ahead, the challenges she would face, the time and effort it would require. She thought too of her father, waiting in their hobbit hole, of her comfortable life in Green Hollow, but she also thought of the longing that had always been in her heart, the feeling that she was meant for something more. This garden was not just a collection of plants and trees, it was a living thing in its own right, a place of power and beauty that had been lost, and now had a chance to be found again. How could she turn away from that? "I will return," she said firmly. "I will tend this garden and help it heal. But I must go home now, just for a little while. My father will be awake by now and wondering where I have gone. I need to assure him that all is well, and I need to gather supplies. If I am to be a proper gardener here, I will need tools and seeds, compost, and all manner of things. Lindoriel nodded, understanding. Go then, with my blessing and my thanks. The way will remain open to you now. Whenever you wish to return, simply come to the oak and place your hand upon its trunk. The tree will know you and will allow you passage. Time moves strangely between your world and this place, as I said. You may work here for hours and find that only moments have passed above, or you may spend a day in your green hollow and return to find that weeks have gone by here. Do not be troubled by this. The garden is patient, and it will wait for you. Primrose climbed back up the stone stairs, her legs protesting after the long hours of work. When she emerged into the morning light, blinking in the brightness, she was astonished to find that the sun had barely climbed higher in the sky. Surely she had been below for half the day. Yet here it was, still early morning, the dew not yet dried from the grass, the village of Green Hollow still quiet in its breakfast hour. She hurried home, her mind already racing with plans. She would need her gardening tools, her best spade and her pruning shears, her collection of seeds saved from previous years. She would need buckets for carrying water from above, though perhaps that would not be necessary now that the fountain flowed again. She would need to think about which plants would thrive in the strange light of the underground garden, which would tolerate the constant temperature and the absence of true sun. When she reached her hobbit hole, she found her father just finishing his breakfast, sitting at the kitchen table with his pipe and the morning paper, exactly as he did every day. He looked up as she entered, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Out for an early walk, were you?" he asked, his tone mildly disapproving. "You know I worry when you wander off without a word, Primrose. What if something had happened to you?" Primrose kissed his cheek affectionately and poured herself a cup of tea from the pot on the table. "I am sorry, father," she said. "I woke early and could not sleep, so I thought I would go up to the oak to watch the sunrise. It was quite beautiful." Mungo harumphed, unconvinced but willing to let the matter drop. "Well, you are back now, and that is what matters. What are your plans for the day? The garden needs weeding, and I thought you might make that mushroom pie I am so fond of for luncheon." Primrose sipped her tea, considering how much to tell him. She had never been good at keeping secrets from her father, but this was something she did not think he would understand. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. Mungo Bracegirdle was a hobbit who believed in what he could see and touch, in the solid reality of earth and stone. Magic and elves and hidden gardens would seem like nonsense to him, or worse, like dangerous foolishness. "I will weed the garden this morning," she said, which was true enough, "and I will make your pie for lunch. But father, I have been thinking. I would like to expand our garden, perhaps clear some of the ground near the oak on the hill. It seems a shame to let such good soil go to waste." Mungo looked up from his paper, his eyebrows raised in surprise. "The land by the oak? But that has never been cultivated. It is wild ground, and you know what the old stories say about that tree. It is not lucky to disturb the roots of ancient oaks." Primrose laughed, trying to sound light-hearted. "Oh, father, you do not truly believe in luck and old stories, do you? It is just a tree. A very fine tree, certainly, but just a tree nonetheless. And I think it would be lovely to have a garden up there, where I could sit and work and watch the sunset over the misty mountains." Mungo grumbled something about young hobbits having strange notions these days, but he did not forbid her, which was all Primrose needed. She finished her tea, helped her father clear the breakfast dishes, and then set about gathering what she would need. Her gardening basket was soon full with trowels and pruning shears, packets of seeds she had saved from the previous year, a ball of twine, and her sturdiest work gloves. She wrapped a loaf of bread and a wedge of cheese in a cloth, for she suspected the work ahead might make her hungry, and filled a flask with cool water from their well. As she worked in their own garden that morning, pulling weeds and checking on the vegetables as she had promised her father, her mind was elsewhere. She thought about the underground garden, about the water now flowing through its ancient channels, about all the work that lay ahead. The dead wood would need to be cleared, the soil prepared, the plants that had survived would need careful tending. It was overwhelming when she thought of it all at once, but Primrose had learned long ago that the only way to face a large task was to break it into smaller pieces and tackle them one at a time. By mid-morning, she had finished the weeding, and her father had settled into his favourite chair for his customary nap. Primrose quickly changed into her oldest work dress, the one that was already stained with grass and dirt and would not suffer from a bit more. She gathered her basket and slipped out of the hobbit hole, walking with purposeful strides toward the oak on the hill. The morning was fine and fair, with white clouds drifting lazily across a blue sky. Butterflies danced among the wild flowers that grew along the path, and somewhere a lark was singing its heart out to the heavens. It was the sort of day that made one grateful to be alive, to be a hobbit in the Shire, where the worst troubles were usually no more serious than a late frost or a neighbour's pig getting into one's turnip patch. When Primrose reached the oak, she set down her basket and placed her palm against the rough bark of the trunk, just as Lindoriel had instructed. For a moment, nothing happened, and she wondered if perhaps she had misunderstood, or if the way would only open at certain times. But then she felt it, that same deep pulse she had sensed before, the tree's recognition and welcome. The ground between the great roots shimmered like heat rising from summer stones, and then the entrance appeared, the stone steps leading down into darkness. Primrose picked up her basket and descended carefully, one hand trailing along the carved wall for balance. The stairs seemed shorter this time, or perhaps she was simply more accustomed to them. When she reached the bottom and stepped into the vast underground chamber, she found Lindoriel waiting for her, as though the elf had known the exact moment she would arrive. The garden looked different in the hours, or days, or whatever span of time had passed since Primrose had restored the fountain. The water still flowed merrily, filling the chamber with its gentle music, but now she could see clear signs of change. The stone ceiling overhead, which had been dim and clouded, was brighter, showing a clearer vision of sky with clouds that moved at their own pace. The nearest trees had a distinctly less grey appearance, and here and there she could see tiny buds forming on branches that had seemed utterly dead. "You have returned," Lindoriel said, and though there was no surprise in her voice, there was profound relief. "I hoped you would, but I confess I feared you might reconsider once you were back in your own world, surrounded by the familiar comfort of your life." Primrose set down her basket and surveyed the garden with a practical eye. "I gave you my word," she said simply, "and besides, I could not stay away if I tried. This place calls to me. Now, shall we begin? There is much to do, and I would like to make as much progress as possible before I must return home for luncheon." They began with the clearing away of dead growth. Primrose moved through the garden beds with her pruning shears, cutting back the withered stems and brown leaves, piling them neatly in a corner where Lindoriel said they would return to the earth in time, enriching the soil. It was satisfying work, revealing the structure of the beds beneath the decay, showing where borders had been and where paths wound between plantings. As she worked, Primrose talked to the plants, as was her habit. She told the struggling survivors that help had come, that they would be cared for now, that they need not give up hope. To her delight, she found that many plants she had thought dead were merely dormant. When she cleared away the dead growth around them, she discovered green shoots hiding beneath, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Lindoriel worked alongside her, though the elf's methods were different from the hobbit's practical approach. Sometimes Lindoriel would simply place her hand on a plant and whisper to it in that musical language, and the plant would respond, straightening or brightening, or showing some other sign of renewed vigour. Other times she would sing, wordless melodies that seemed to make the very air shimmer, and wherever her song reached, the garden seemed to breathe more easily. They worked in companionable silence, broken only by the sound of the fountain and occasional comments about what they found. Here was a bed that had once held roses, though only thorny stems remained. There was a vine that Lindoriel said had once produced fruit that granted visions of distant lands, now reduced to a single tendril clinging to life. In a shaded corner they found mushrooms, not the ordinary sort that Primrose knew from the Shire, but varieties that glowed softly in the dimness, casting pools of pale blue and green light. As the work progressed, Primrose began to understand the layout of the garden more clearly. It was not arranged in the orderly rows that hobbits preferred, but in patterns that followed some deeper logic. The beds spiraled out from the central fountain in curves that pleased the eye without being obviously symmetrical. Trees were placed not in straight lines, but in groupings that suggested natural groves, and between them wound the white stone paths, inviting exploration and discovery. Time passed in that strange, fluid way it had in the underground garden. Primrose worked until her back ached and her hands were scratched from thorns, and when she finally straightened to survey their progress, she was amazed at how much they had accomplished. Several beds had been completely cleared, their soil exposed and ready for enriching. The dead wood from the trees had been gathered and stacked, and the paths were beginning to show their true pattern as debris was swept away. "I must return home," Primrose said reluctantly, looking at all that still remained to be done. "My father will be expecting his mushroom pie, and I do not want him to worry." Lindoriel smiled her understanding. "You have done much today, more than I dared hope. The garden already feels more alive. Can you sense it? Go, tend to your father and your own life. The garden will be here when you return." Primrose gathered her tools and climbed back up the stone stairs. When she emerged into the sunlight, she was startled to find that the sun was in almost exactly the same position as when she had entered. She had worked for what felt like hours, but here above, barely any time had passed at all. It was disorienting, but also wonderful, this gift of time that allowed her to live two lives at once. She hurried home and set about making her father's favourite mushroom pie, her hands moving automatically through the familiar tasks, while her mind remained in the underground garden, planning what she would do on her next visit. The pie turned out particularly well, the mushrooms perfectly seasoned, the crust golden and flaky. Mungo ate 2 large slices and declared it the best she had ever made, which pleased Primrose more than she could say. It was good to know that her secret work had not diminished her ability to care for her father and their home. Over the following days and weeks, Primrose fell into a rhythm. She would rise early, before her father woke, and spend what felt like hours in the underground garden, returning home in time to prepare breakfast. She would tend to her household duties and her own garden, helping her father with whatever he needed, and then in the afternoons, when Mungo napped, she would return to the hidden garden once more. Some days she could only spare a short time. Other days she worked until her muscles trembled with fatigue. Slowly but surely, the garden responded to her care. The transformation was gradual at first, so subtle that Primrose almost doubted her own eyes. But as the days passed, the changes became undeniable. The trees that had been grey and lifeless began to show true brown bark once more, and then tiny buds appeared on their branches, pale green promises of leaves to come. The soil in the cleared beds, which had been dry and depleted, grew richer as Primrose added compost she brought from above, mixed with the decayed matter they had cleared away, turning it carefully until it was dark and crumbly and full of life. She planted seeds in the prepared beds, some from her own collection and others that Lindoriel provided, tiny things that looked like stars or jewels more than ordinary seeds. The elf would not say exactly what would grow from them, only that they were plants that had not been seen in Middle-earth for many long years, varieties that had been thought lost when the elves departed. Primrose planted them with reverent care, speaking to each seed as she tucked it into the earth, welcoming it and promising it would be loved. And the seeds responded. Within what seemed like days but might have been weeks in the garden's strange time, shoots began to appear. They pushed up through the soil with a determination that gladdened Primrose's heart, unfurling leaves that were sometimes familiar shapes, but in colours she had never seen before. There were flowers that bloomed in shades of blue so deep they were almost black, with centres that glowed like captured moonlight. There were vines with silver leaves that chimed softly when the air moved, making music without wind. One plant in particular captured Primrose's attention. It had grown from a seed that Lindoriel said was the last of its kind, saved through centuries in hope that one day it might be planted again. When it first sprouted, it was unremarkable, just a simple stem with two oval leaves. But as it grew under Primrose's careful tending, it began to reveal its true nature. The stem thickened and divided, forming branches that spread in a pattern that reminded Primrose of the veins in a leaf. The leaves themselves were extraordinary, shaped like hearts and coloured in gradations from palest pink at the edges to deep rose at the centre. "What is it called?" Primrose asked one day as she knelt beside the plant, checking its soil and trimming away a damaged leaf with gentle fingers. Lindoriel smiled, a sad and lovely expression. In the ancient tongue it is called Lisuin, which means sweet water flower. When it blooms, its flowers will smell of rain on stone and first snow on pine branches. The elves who tended it long ago said that its scent could ease sorrow and bring peace to troubled hearts. It was planted in every elven garden, valued above even the most precious jewels. Primrose touched one of the heart-shaped leaves reverently. And now this is the last one, the only one left in all of Middle-earth. Unless others survived in Rivendell or the Grey Havens. Yes, Lindoriel confirmed. You hold in your hands something precious beyond measure. Will you care for it? With all my heart, Primrose promised, and she meant it. The responsibility was enormous, but it filled her with purpose rather than fear. She would not let this beautiful thing fade away, not while she drew breath. As the garden grew more alive, Primrose began to notice other changes. The stone ceiling overhead, which showed an enchanted vision of sky, grew clearer and brighter with each visit. The clouds moved more naturally, and sometimes she could swear she saw birds flying across that false sky, though she knew that was impossible. The light that filled the chamber, which had been dim and silver when she first arrived, now had warmth to it, a quality that suggested sunlight rather than moon glow. The fountain, too, had changed. The water still flowed clear and pure, but now when Primrose looked into its depths, she sometimes saw things. Not her own reflection, but visions of other places and other times. She saw gardens she had never visited, hobbits she had never met, and sometimes, for just a moment, she glimpsed what she thought might be the ancient past, when elves had walked freely in the Shire and magic had been as common as flowers in spring. One day, as Primrose knelt by the fountain to fill her watering can, she saw in the water a vision that made her breath catch. It was her own garden above, the one outside her hobbit hole, but it looked different. The plants were larger, more vibrant, arranged in patterns that echoed the underground garden's flowing design. And standing among them, tending them with gentle hands, was herself, but older, with silver threads in her brown hair and wisdom in her eyes that she did not yet possess. "Is that the future?" she asked Lindoriel, who had come to stand beside her. "Is that what will be?" The elf gazed into the water, her expression unreadable. "The fountain sometimes shows what might be, not what must be," she said softly. "The future is not fixed like the past, Primrose. It is fluid, changeable, shaped by the choices we make and the paths we walk. What you saw is one possibility, a future where you continue this work, where the love you show to this garden flows out into your own world and transforms it." Primrose looked down at her hands, roughened by work, dirt permanently lodged beneath her fingernails despite her best scrubbing. She had never been a hobbit with grand ambitions. She had been content with her small life, her father, her modest garden. But this underground garden had awakened something in her, a sense that she was capable of more than she had ever imagined. The work was not without its challenges. Some plants, despite Primrose's best efforts, simply would not thrive. They would grow for a time and then wither, returning to the earth from which they had sprung. Each loss grieved her, but Lindoriel taught her to accept it with grace. "Not everything can be saved," the elf said gently. "Some things are meant to pass away, making room for new life. This is the way of all growing things, the cycle of death and rebirth that keeps the world turning." There were practical difficulties as well. Primrose found herself constantly hauling supplies down from above, bags of good soil, buckets of water, before she realised the fountain could provide all they needed, tools and implements that the garden required. Her father began to comment on how tired she looked, how she was always running off somewhere, how their own garden, though still well tended, did not have her full attention the way it once had. "Are you feeling quite well, my dear?" Mungo asked one evening as they sat by the fire after supper. "You seem distracted lately, always thinking of something else, and you have gotten so thin. Are you eating properly?" Primrose assured him that she was perfectly well, just a bit busy with her work, but she could see the worry in his eyes. It troubled her to deceive him, even by omission. Mungo had always been a good father, kind and patient, and he deserved better than a daughter who kept secrets. But how could she possibly explain the truth? He would never believe her, or worse, he might believe her and be frightened by what she had become involved with. As spring deepened into summer in the world above, the underground garden reached a kind of tipping point. It had been slowly healing, but now it seemed to surge forward with new energy. Trees that had shown only buds suddenly burst into full leaf, their branches spreading wide and proud. Flowers bloomed in profusion, filling the air with scents that were both familiar and strange. Honeysuckle and roses mingled with fragrances that had no names in the common tongue. The white stone paths, once cracked and overgrown, were now clear and smooth, winding between beds that overflowed with life. The fountain sang its water song day and night, and from its basin channels carried moisture to every corner of the garden. The false sky overhead showed not just clouds now, but sometimes stars, glittering points of light that seemed to move in patterns Primrose almost recognized, constellations that might have shone over Middle-earth in ages long past. It was on a day when summer had reached its height in the Shire, when the world above was drowsy with heat and the afternoon stretched long and golden, that Primrose made a discovery that would change everything. She had been working in the farthest corner of the garden, a section she had previously neglected because it was so deeply shadowed by the great trees that grew there. The soil in this area was different from the rest, darker and richer, almost black in colour, and it held moisture even when other parts of the garden required watering. As Primrose knelt to examine a peculiar fern that grew in the shadow of the largest tree, her trowel struck something hard beneath the soil. Curious, she dug more carefully, brushing away the earth with her fingers until she revealed a flat stone, smooth and pale, about the size of a dinner plate. There were markings carved into its surface, symbols that flowed and curved in patterns that made her eyes water if she looked at them too long. "Lindoriel," she called, and the elf appeared almost instantly, as though she had been waiting nearby. Primrose had long since stopped being startled by Lindoriel's sudden arrivals. "Come look at this. What is it?" The elf knelt beside her, and when she saw the stone, her face went very still. For a long moment she said nothing, simply staring at the carved symbols with an expression Primrose could not read. Then, very gently, she reached out and traced one of the markings with a fingertip that trembled slightly. "This is a ward stone," Lindoriel said at last, her voice barely above a whisper. "A marker of protection and memory. I had forgotten it was here, or perhaps I never knew. The garden is older than I realised, Primrose. Much older. This stone was placed here before even my kind walked in this part of Middle-earth, in the days when the world was young and other powers held sway." Primrose looked at the stone with new respect. "What does it protect?" she asked. "What does it mark?" Lindoriel shook her head slowly. "I do not know, not with certainty. The symbols are in a tongue older than Quenya, older than any language the elves speak, but their meaning resonates in the bone, if not the mind. They speak of guardianship, of something precious that must be kept safe, of a trust that must not be broken." She paused, then added softly, "We should dig further, carefully, very carefully. There may be more beneath." They worked together, removing soil with painstaking slowness, revealing more of the stone, and then other stones beside it. The markings continued, forming a pattern that spiraled outward from the first stone they had found. As they uncovered more, Primrose began to feel something, a presence that grew stronger with each stone they revealed. It was not frightening, exactly, but it was powerful, ancient and aware. The spiral of stones led them to a central point where the largest stone of all lay buried. This one took both of them working together to fully uncover, and when they finally brushed away the last of the earth, they found themselves looking at a perfect circle of pale stone, as wide as Primrose was tall. In its centre was carved a tree, but not like any tree that grew in Middle-earth now. Its roots spread as wide as its branches, mirror images of each other, and where they met at the trunk, a single word was carved in symbols that Primrose somehow understood, though she had never learned to read any language but the common tongue. "Remember," the stone said. "Remember what was given, what was lost, what remains." As Primrose placed her hand on the stone, the garden changed. It was subtle at first, a shift in the quality of light, a change in the sound of the fountain's water. But then she saw them, figures moving among the trees, transparent as morning mist, but unmistakably there. They wore robes of a style she had never seen, and their faces held a beauty that was both like and unlike the elves. They moved through the garden as she and Lindoriel had moved, tending the plants with gentle hands, singing to the growing things in voices that resonated with power. "These are the memories," Lindoriel whispered, her own voice thick with emotion. "The stone holds the memories of all who tended this garden before us. Look, Primrose. Look and see what this place once was." Primrose watched as the ghostly gardeners worked. She saw the garden in its full glory, every bed bursting with plants that sang or glowed or moved in ways that defied nature. She saw the fountain surrounded by flowers that bloomed in colours that had no names, and the trees heavy with fruit that shimmered like stars. She saw too the love and care that had gone into the garden's creation, the countless hours of patient work, the deep knowledge of growing things that these ancient gardeners had possessed. And then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the visions faded. The garden returned to its present state, beautiful and growing, but still far from the glory it had once possessed. Primrose found tears running down her cheeks, though she could not have said if they were tears of joy or sorrow or some mixture of both. "Now you understand," Lindoriel said softly. "Now you see what we are trying to restore. Not just a garden, but a legacy. A memory of a time when the world was richer in magic, when beauty was its own purpose, and all who had eyes to see could witness wonder." Primrose wiped her eyes and looked around the garden with new understanding. The work she had been doing was not simply helping plants to grow. She was participating in something far greater, helping to preserve a piece of the world's history, keeping alive the memory of those who had come before. It was a responsibility that should have felt overwhelming, but instead it filled her with a sense of rightness, of purpose fulfilled. From that day forward, Primrose approached her work in the garden with renewed dedication. She studied the ward stones, learning to read in their symbols hints about what had grown where, which plants had been companions, which required special care. The stones remembered even when living memory had faded, and they shared their knowledge with her in dreams and intuitions, in moments of sudden clarity when she would understand exactly what a particular plant needed. The Lisuin plant, which had been growing steadily, finally began to form buds. They were small at first, barely visible among the heart-shaped leaves, but they swelled day by day until they were the size of plums. Primrose watched them with anxious care, afraid that something might go wrong at this crucial stage, that the last Lisuin in Middle-earth might fail to bloom after all. But the plant was strong, strengthened by Primrose's love and the renewed magic of the garden. One morning, as she descended the stone stairs for her early visit, she smelled it before she saw it. The scent Lindoriel had promised, rain on stone and first snow on pine branches, but also something more, something that spoke of peace and home and safety. It filled the underground chamber, sweet but not cloying, clean and fresh as a spring morning. The Lisuin had bloomed. 3 perfect flowers, each the size of a child's hand, had opened in the night. Their petals were white, shading to the palest pink at the edges, and in their centres glowed a light like captured dawn. Primrose stood before them, hardly daring to breathe, afraid that any movement might break the spell. Lindoriel appeared beside her, and the elf's face was transformed by joy. For the first time since Primrose had met her, Lindoriel looked truly young. The weight of centuries lifted from her shoulders. She reached out and cupped one of the flowers gently in her hands, breathing in its scent, and when she looked at Primrose, there were tears of happiness on her cheeks. "You have done it," she said. "You have brought back what was lost. The Lisuin blooms again in Middle-earth, and the garden lives." The elves who planted the seeds of this garden so long ago would be proud to see what you have accomplished, Primrose Bracegirdle. Primrose felt warmth spread through her chest, a happiness so complete that she thought she might burst with it. But even in that moment of triumph, she knew that her work was not finished. The garden was healing, yes, but it would need continued care for years to come, perhaps for the rest of her life. And there were still so many empty beds, so many plants that had not survived, so much potential still waiting to be realized. That evening, as Primrose prepared supper in her own kitchen, her hands still carrying the faint scent of the Lisuin despite thorough washing, her father made an announcement that filled her with dread. "I have decided," Mungo said, settling into his chair with his pipe, "that it is time you married. You are past 30 now, Primrose, and while I know you have been content caring for your old father, it is not right that you should spend your whole life alone. I have spoken with Rufus Burrows from Bywater, and he is agreeable to calling on you next Sunday after 11's." Primrose nearly dropped the pot she was holding. Rufus Burrows was a prosperous hobbit, owner of several good fields and a fine hobbit hole with 7 rooms. He was also exceedingly dull, with a conversation that consisted entirely of discussions about crop yields and the proper depth for planting potatoes. The thought of spending her life as his wife, bearing his children and managing his household, filled her with a quiet horror. "Father," she began, setting down the pot carefully, "I appreciate your concern, but I am quite content as I am. I have no wish to marry, not Rufus Burrows nor anyone else. I am happy here with you, tending our garden, living our simple life." Mungo shook his head firmly. That is the talk of a lass who does not understand her own heart. Every respectable hobbit marries, Primrose. It is the natural order of things. You cannot spend your whole life as a spinster, caring for an old hobbit who will not be here forever. What will you do when I am gone? Who will look after you? Primrose wanted to tell him that she could look after herself perfectly well, that she had work to do that was more important than any marriage, that she had responsibilities to a garden and a legacy that stretched back beyond memory. But she held her tongue, knowing that such words would only worry him, or worse, make him think she had lost her mind. "I will think about it, Father," she said at last, which was not quite a lie. She would think about it, would try to find some way out of the situation that would not upset him. But she knew with absolute certainty that she could not marry Rufus Burrows or any other hobbit. Her life had taken a different path now, one that led down stone stairs beneath an ancient oak to a garden that needed her more than any husband ever could. That night, Primrose lay awake in her bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to find a solution to her dilemma. She could not abandon the garden, not now when it was finally thriving, when plants like the Lisuin were blooming again after centuries. But neither could she simply defy her father, who had raised her with love and patience and who only wanted what he thought was best for her. She was trapped between 2 worlds, 2 lives, and she could see no way to reconcile them. In her distress, she fell into an uneasy sleep, and in her dreams, she found herself walking through the underground garden. But it was different now, wilder somehow, less controlled. The plants had grown enormous, their vines reaching up to tangle in the stone trees, their flowers opening wide enough to swallow her whole. The fountain's water had risen, flooding the paths, and in its depths she could see faces. The ancient gardeners she had glimpsed in the Wardstone's vision, beckoning to her, calling her to join them. She woke with a start, her heart racing, and found grey dawn light filtering through her window. For a moment she lay still, trying to understand what the dream had meant. Was it a warning? A promise? Or simply her own anxious mind conjuring fears in the darkness? She could not say, but she knew she needed to visit the garden to see if something had changed. She dressed quickly and slipped out of the hobbit hole before her father woke. The morning was cool and misty, the world wrapped in silence except for the early birdsong. As she climbed the path to the oak, Primrose felt her anxiety grow. Something was different, she could sense it, though she could not have said what. When she placed her hand on the oak's trunk, the tree's response was almost frantic, a pulse of urgency that made her gasp. She descended the stairs at a run, her heart pounding, and burst into the underground chamber expecting disaster. But what she found was not destruction, but transformation. The garden had grown in the night, impossibly, wonderfully grown. Plants that had been small shoots yesterday were now full-sized, their branches spreading wide. Flowers bloomed in profusion, carpeting every surface with colour. The trees had doubled in size, their canopies meeting overhead to form a living roof. The fountain's water flowed stronger than ever, and in the pool at its base, fish swam, silver and gold, where yesterday there had been only clear water. Lindoriel stood in the centre of it all, her arms outstretched, her face radiant with joy and something like amazement. "It has remembered," she cried when she saw Primrose. "The garden has remembered what it was meant to be. Your care, your love, has awakened something deeper than I knew existed. The old magic has stirred Primrose, and it is restoring itself." Primrose walked slowly through the transformed garden, hardly able to believe what she was seeing. Everywhere she looked, there was life and beauty beyond anything she had imagined. The beds she had so carefully tended were now overflowing with plants in their full glory. The Lisuin, which had borne 3 flowers yesterday, now had dozens of blooms, each one perfect and fragrant. Vines, heavy with fruit she had never seen before, climbed the trees, and beneath them grew mushrooms that sang in tiny, high voices. But as she marvelled at the beauty, she also felt a growing unease. This was wonderful, yes, but it was also wild, untamed in a way that spoke of power beyond her control. The garden was not just growing, it was expanding, pressing against the boundaries of its underground chamber, seeking to break free and spread its magic into the world above. "Is this good?" she asked Lindoriel, gesturing at the profusion around them. "Or is it dangerous? Can it be contained?" The elf's expression grew serious. "I do not know," she admitted. "This is beyond my experience, beyond my knowledge. The garden's magic is older than I am, older than any elf now living. It seems benevolent, but power of this magnitude is always dangerous, always unpredictable. We must watch it carefully, guide it if we can, and hope that it does not grow beyond our ability to tend." As if in response to her words, the stone ceiling overhead rippled like water, and suddenly it was no longer showing an illusion of sky, but the real sky, the actual morning light filtering down through earth and stone as though they were transparent as glass. Primrose could see the oak's roots spreading above them, could see the morning mist drifting through the grass, could see, with a shock that made her gasp, her father standing beside the oak, looking around with a confused expression, calling her name. "He can sense something," Lindoriel said quietly. "The barrier between worlds grows thin. Soon others will sense it too. The garden's awakening cannot remain hidden much longer." Primrose felt panic rise in her throat. "What do we do?" she asked. "If people discover this place, if they come flooding down here, they will destroy it." Hobbits fear magic, fear anything they do not understand. They will see it as dangerous, as unnatural, and they will try to stop it. "Then we must find a way to protect it," Lindoriel replied. "But that may mean revealing the truth, Primrose. To your father, at least. He deserves to know what his daughter has been doing, why she has been disappearing, what she has accomplished. And perhaps," the elf added gently, "he deserves the chance to understand, to be part of this wonder, rather than shut out from it." Primrose looked up at the transparent ceiling, watching her father's worried face as he searched for her. She knew Lindoriel was right. The time for secrets had passed. With a deep breath that felt like the first breath after diving into cold water, Primrose made her decision. "I will tell him," she said. "I will bring him here and show him everything. He will be frightened at first, perhaps even angry that I kept this from him. But he is a good hobbit, my father, and he has always trusted me. If I can make him understand, if he can see what I see, perhaps he will help me protect this place." Lindoriel nodded, approval shining in her ancient eyes. "Then go to him now, before fear takes deeper root in his heart. I will prepare the garden to receive him. We'll gentle its magic so that it does not overwhelm. The garden knows gentleness, Primrose. It remembers that not all who tend it are beings of power. It will welcome your father if you ask it to. Primrose climbed the stairs quickly, her heart hammering against her ribs. When she emerged into the morning light, she found Mungo sitting on the ground beside the oak, his face pale and his hands trembling. He looked up at her approach, and relief flooded his features, immediately followed by confusion and something that might have been fear. "Primrose," he said, struggling to his feet. "I heard your voice. I thought I heard you calling from somewhere beneath the ground. But that is impossible, of course. You could not be beneath the ground. And yet here you are, coming from the tree, or through it, or I do not know what I saw." His words tumbled over each other, his usual measured speech replaced by agitated rambling. "Am I going mad, daughter? Have I finally lived too long and lost my wits?" "No, father," Primrose said gently, taking his shaking hands in her own. "You are not mad, and your wits are as sound as ever. But I have been keeping something from you, something wonderful and strange and a bit frightening, and I think it is time I told you the truth. Will you trust me? Will you let me show you something that will challenge everything you believe about the world?" Mungo looked into her eyes, searching her face for some sign of jest or madness, and found only earnest sincerity. "I have always trusted you, Primrose," he said slowly, "even when you were a small lass bringing home strange flowers and talking to the plants as though they could hear you. You have never given me reason to doubt you. So yes, show me. Show me whatever it is you have been hiding, and I will try to understand." Primrose led him to the oak and placed his hand on the trunk beside her own. The tree recognized him, she could feel it, knew him as the father of the one who had restored its garden. The entrance opened between the roots, and Mungo gasped, his free hand clutching at Primrose's arm as though to steady himself. "It is all right, father," she said softly. "I know it seems impossible, but you are safe. I have walked these stairs many times, and nothing has ever harmed me. Come, let me show you what I have been doing with all those hours you thought I was wandering the hills." They descended together, Mungo moving slowly, his breathing shallow with anxiety. But as they reached the bottom and stepped into the underground chamber, his fear transformed into wonder so profound that he could only stand and stare, his mouth hanging open like a landed fish. The garden, sensing a new presence and perhaps responding to Lindoriel's gentle touch, had softened its wildness. The growth was still abundant, still far beyond what any normal garden could achieve, but it was arranged now in ways that even a practical hobbit could appreciate. The paths were clear, the beds well defined, the trees spreading in patterns that suggested careful planning rather than chaotic magic. And everywhere, there was beauty. Flowers in colours Mungo had never imagined bloomed beside familiar roses and daisies. Trees bore fruit that glowed softly in the silvery light. The fountain sang its water song, and fish the colour of sunset swam in lazy circles in its basin. The air smelled of growing things and earth, and that particular scent of the Lisuin, rain and snow and peace. "Primrose," Mungo whispered, and his voice was filled with awe. "What is this place? How can it exist? Where does the light come from? How do the plants grow without sun? Is this—" He paused, swallowing hard. "Is this magic?" "Yes, father," Primrose said simply. "It is magic. Old magic from before even the elves remember. This is a garden that was planted in the youth of the world, and it has been sleeping beneath our hill for centuries, waiting for someone to wake it and tend it. I found it, or perhaps it found me, and I have been caring for it, helping it to heal and grow. This is where I have been spending my time. This is why I have seemed distracted and tired." Lindoriel appeared then, stepping from behind a flowering shrub with the fluid grace that marked her kind. Mungo started at the sight of her, his eyes going wide, but he did not flee or cry out. Perhaps he had moved beyond surprise into a state where one more impossibility was simply accepted along with all the others. "You are an elf," he said, stating the obvious because sometimes stating the obvious is all a shocked mind can manage. "A real elf. here in the Shire, in a garden under my hill." "I am Lindoriel," the elf said, inclining her head respectfully. "I am the guardian of this place, though I could not have restored it without your daughter's help. She has done what I could not, Mungo Bracegirdle. She has loved this garden back to life, has given it the care and attention it needed to remember what it once was. You should be very proud of her." Mungo looked at Primrose, and she saw in his eyes a complexity of emotions. Pride, yes, but also sorrow and a kind of loss. "You have been living a life I knew nothing about," he said quietly. "My own daughter, and I did not know her at all. Why did you not tell me, Primrose? Did you think I would forbid you? Did you think I would not understand?" Primrose felt tears prick her eyes. "I thought you would worry," she said. "I thought you would think it was dangerous or wrong. You have always been so practical, Father, so rooted in the ordinary world. How could I tell you that I spent my days tending a magic garden beneath the earth, speaking with an elf, bringing back plants that have not bloomed in Middle-earth for 1,000 years? You would have thought me mad." Mungo was quiet for a long moment, walking slowly along one of the white stone paths, looking at the plants with a gardener's practiced eye, despite their otherworldly nature. Then he turned back to his daughter, and his expression was sad, but not angry. "You are right that I would have worried," he said. "You are right that I am a practical hobbit who likes his world orderly and understandable. But you are wrong, Primrose, if you think I would not have tried to understand. I may not have the gift you have with growing things, but I am not blind. I have seen how you speak to the plants in our own garden and how they thrive under your care in ways they never did for your mother or for me. I have watched you since you were small, always different from other hobbit children, always sensing things others could not see. Did you think I did not notice? Did you think I did not wonder?" He reached out and took her hand, his grip firm despite his age. "I am old, daughter, and set in my ways, and this place frightens me more than I can say. But I trust you, and if you tell me that this garden is good, that it is worth protecting and tending, then I believe you. I may not understand it, but I do not need to understand it to support you." Primrose threw her arms around her father, hugging him tightly, and felt his arms come up to hold her in return. "Thank you," she whispered into his shoulder. "Thank you for believing in me." They stood that way for a long moment, while Lindoriel watched with a gentle smile, and the garden seemed to sigh around them, as though it too felt the healing of this breach between father and daughter. In the days that followed, Mungo proved himself more adaptable than Primrose had ever imagined. He could not come down to the garden often, for the stairs were difficult for his old legs, and the magic of the place made him uneasy in ways he could not quite articulate. But he helped in other ways, covering for Primrose when neighbours asked where she had gone, bringing supplies she needed from the markets in Bywater, and, most importantly, understanding when she spent long hours away from their hobbit hole. The matter of Rufus Burrows was settled with surprising ease. When Mungo told the prosperous hobbit that his daughter had other commitments and would not be receiving callers, Rufus was disappointed, but not heartbroken. Within a month, he had turned his attentions to a widow from Hobbiton who was far more interested in discussions of crop yields than Primrose had ever been. As summer deepened and the garden continued to flourish, Primrose noticed something remarkable happening to the land above. The hill where the oak stood, which had always been pleasant enough but unremarkable, began to change. Flowers that had never grown there before appeared, first in small patches and then in sweeping drifts of colour. The grass grew greener and softer, and the oak itself seemed to stand taller, its leaves rustling with a music that had not been there before. "It is the garden's influence," Lindoriel explained, when Primrose remarked on the changes. "The magic cannot be entirely contained underground. It seeps upward through the earth, blessing the land above. This is how it was meant to be, in the old days when such gardens were common. They were not separate from the world, but woven into it, spreading beauty and peace wherever their roots reached." Other hobbits began to notice the changes as well. They came to the hill to picnic, to lie in the soft grass and watch the clouds drift by, to breathe the sweet air that seemed to carry away worry and fatigue. Some said the hill had always been this lovely, and they simply had not appreciated it before. Others whispered that there was something magical about the place, though of course they said it with smiles, not truly believing in such things. Primrose watched from a distance as her neighbours enjoyed the hill, and she felt a deep satisfaction. The garden was not just for her, or for the memory of ancient gardeners long gone. It was for everyone who had eyes to see beauty and hearts to appreciate peace. The magic was gentle, asking nothing and giving freely, exactly as the old powers had intended. One evening, as autumn began to paint the Shire in shades of gold and russet, Mungo asked Primrose to walk with him up to the oak. They sat together on the soft grass, looking out over Greenhollow as the sun set in glory behind the distant mountains. For a long while, neither spoke, simply enjoying the companionable silence and the beauty of the fading day. Finally, Mungo cleared his throat, the sound that meant he had something important to say. "I have been thinking," he began slowly, "about your future, Primrose. I know you have no wish to marry, and I understand now why that is. The work you do in that garden is more important than being some hobbit's wife, more meaningful than raising children and keeping house, though there is honour in those things too." He paused, then continued. "I will not live forever, daughter. I am old, older than I sometimes care to admit, and one day you will be alone in our hobbit hole. I want you to know that I have made arrangements. Our home and all our land will be yours, without question or condition. You need never worry about having to marry for security or shelter. You will be free to continue your work for as long as you wish." Primrose took his weathered hand in hers. "Thank you, Father," she said softly. "But I hope you will be with me for many years yet. I am not ready to say goodbye." Mungo smiled, squeezing her fingers gently. "Nor am I ready to go. But it eases my heart to know that when the time comes, you will be cared for. That garden of yours is a wonder, Primrose, but even wonders need someone in the world above to protect them, to be their voice and their hands in the ordinary world. That is your role, I think, the bridge between the magical and the mundane." As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Primrose felt a peace settle over her that she had not known she was seeking. Her father understood, truly understood, and he supported her path even though it was not the one he had imagined for her. She had her garden, her purpose, and the love of the parent who had raised her. What more could any hobbit ask for? The seasons turned as seasons do in the Shire, with the reliable rhythm that hobbits find so comforting. Autumn gave way to winter, and Primrose discovered that the underground garden maintained its own gentle warmth, even when snow blanketed the world above. She worked through the cold months, pruning and planning, learning more about the ancient plants from both Lindoriel and from the Wardstones, whose secrets she could now read with increasing clarity. When spring returned, Mungo made the journey down to the garden one last time, his steps slow but determined. He wanted to see the Lisuin bloom again, he said, wanted to smell that scent of rain and snow and peace one more time. Primrose helped him down the stairs, and when he saw the garden in its spring glory, with the Lisuin bearing twice as many flowers as the year before, tears ran freely down his weathered cheeks. "It is beautiful," he whispered. "More beautiful than anything I ever imagined could exist. I am glad you showed me, Primrose. I am glad I know about this before I go." "Father," Primrose said, a note of alarm in her voice, "you are not going anywhere. It is just spring. You always feel tired in spring." But Mungo shook his head gently. "I am old, daughter, and I have lived a good life. I have seen wonders I never dreamed existed, and I have raised a daughter who will do things I could never do. I am content. When my time comes, I will go willingly, knowing you are cared for, and your work will continue." He was right, as the old often are about such things. When summer came, ripe and golden, Mungo Bracegirdle passed peacefully in his sleep, a smile on his face and the scent of roses from Primrose's garden drifting through the open window. The hobbits of Greenhollow mourned him as a good neighbour and a kind soul, and they said at his funeral that he had been blessed to live so long and die so peacefully. Primrose grieved, as any loving daughter would, but her grief was tempered by gratitude. She had told her father the truth, had shared her wonder with him, and he had died knowing and understanding her in a way that few children were fortunate enough to experience with their parents. And she had her work to sustain her, the garden that needed her care and gave her purpose. Years passed in the quiet way that years do in the Shire. Primrose grew older, her brown hair threading with silver, but her hands remained strong and her love for growing things never diminished. The underground garden flourished under her continued care, and the hill above became known throughout the Shire as a place of particular beauty and peace. Young hobbits came there to court, old hobbits to rest, and children to play in grass that never seemed to bruise or wither, no matter how roughly it was treated. Some said that Primrose Bracegirdle had never married because she was strange, too odd for any sensible hobbit to take as a wife. Others whispered that she had been touched by magic, that she knew secrets the rest of them could only guess at. But most simply thought of her as the kind hobbit who tended the lovely hill, who always had time to show children which flowers were safe to pick and which mushrooms could be eaten, who seemed to make things grow simply by looking at them with love. And in the deep of night, when the Shire slept and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, Primrose would sometimes descend the stone stairs beneath the oak and walk through the garden she had saved. Lindoriel was still there, patient and timeless, and together they would tend the plants that bloomed in darkness and speak of the old days and the new, of what had been lost and what had been preserved, of the endless cycle of growth and rest and growth again. The garden lived, and it would continue to live as long as there were hands to tend it and hearts to love it. And when Primrose's own time came to rest, she knew that another would be called, someone else with the gift for growing things and the courage to answer when magic whispered their name. The garden was patient, the garden remembered, and the garden would endure, a secret wonder beneath the Shire, waiting to be discovered again and again through all the ages of the world. And so this tale ends as all good tales should, with peace restored and wonder preserved, with love passed from one generation to the next, and with the quiet promise that magic, though hidden, is never truly gone from the world. Sleep now, dear listener, and dream of gardens beneath the earth, of flowers that bloom in colours yet unnamed, of the gentle work of tending and caring, of seeds that wait in darkness for the touch of patient hands. Dream of the Shire in its beauty, and know that somewhere, in the hidden places of the world, wonder is always waiting to be found.